Well, hello there. Forget this countdown. We're gaming. Saturday gaming. Hello. Hello. What a day. What a glorious day with glorious rays. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Let's get this enjoyment. Oh, our timing is so good. Look what time it is. Did we just miss them? Oh, we just missed them, actually. Our timing was almost immaculate. Our lovely Ray. Will we catch just a fleeting glimpse? We got a little. Just a teeny weeny. Oh, boy. Yes, so we took the baby to see Santa today. She absolutely hated it, and it was hilarious. It was so much fun. The way it was very long, but we piddled and joked and had a good time. Let her run around, let the baby run around. She had a great time until it was time to meet the big man, and she was not happy at all. Oh, man, but it was so funny. We got some really good pictures of her, like, reaching out in absolute distress. I know that sounds really bad as a parent to say that, but trust me, it was so funny. She was having the greatest time, and then we've been, like, singing her songs and doing that sort of thing, showing her pictures of Santa, making sure she is going to be at least a little bit comfortable. I want to grab some oak wood logs here real quick. Hold on. Are we Lag City? What's going on with the... What's happening here? What? Hello? 50 FPS? Are we on the correct version of the game? What? Huh? All I wanted was smoke logs, not to debug a crazy FPS problem. What in the world? I just need a couple logs. Yeah, okay, this is better. What in the heck was that? That was so weird. This is better, though. Yeah, that's more like it. Oh, look at them. It is... I mean, that's a lot. Let's be honest. Look at the spectacle. Imagine when it's all filled. Oh my god, this build has gotten so out of control. If you weren't hanging out towards the very end of what was going on last night, it just kept, scope creep. That's how it goes. And I think we're onto something. We got a really good start here. Let me just have a few of these. I think we want to get some trees. Like, I think we might even only need 2. Or, yeah, like 1 in front of each of these posts. This is a little crowded. Probably don't have room. But if we just did little trees... Can you... There we go. Mm-hmm. And then I want to build the tree inside the cave here. We got to get going. It's progress time. There he is. I was just talking about how crazy things started to get last night as the scope continued to increase. I don't know. Do I like these? These are in so many of, like, the Roman-inspired images that it feels like I need them. But maybe I don't. Maybe it's a... they're too tall thing? These look a little stubby, actually. We're just trying. We're taking swings here, Yeah, we did. It was insane progress last night. And like, look at what we have. We have a freaking aqueduct. Are you serious? We have a waterfall that originates outside and cuts its way inside, leaving a hole perfect for the position of the sun to be right there and literally cast a single ray onto this island. It's magnificent. It's honestly insane. It just keeps getting crazier, and it's going to keep getting crazier. Was it a height thing? Maybe it is a height thing. Just, like, maybe it was just a little too much. They don't look very manicured. The rare occasion where the better foliage is kind of working against us here. These look a little... I don't know exactly. A little something. And how about... what about these? What if we did... Yeah, what's up, Ethan? You think 2 blocks taller? And cover up the gold? I thought with even 1 more block, it kind of looked overwhelming. Am I wrong? They do leave a lot of open space above, don't they? A longer stem? Done with the PTE? I bet, man. I bet. It seemed like it took a long time. Fills out the space a little better, honestly, but it seems like a lot. Is it not a lot? Should we make planters? Is that what we should be doing? Little mini planters? We can't really... We kind of can. Maybe we can. I don't know if I love that. I thought these were going to be the same block. They are clearly not the same. Do we need them? Is it just extra that we don't need? You know what else I noticed? Look at this. What's going on with this? If I open my inventory while I'm on my world edit tool, this happens. But any other tool and it's fine. Very strange. Strange indeed. I don't know, like you can't really see the features until you get close to them. Is that okay? Don't necessarily need to see them. There we go. It makes it look a little more ordered. Good. Okay, I think I like it. Let's look at it for just a second. We'll get an early gander in. I kind of think they're needed. They're so typical of Roman, like, courtyard situations, like the interiors of buildings. Or at least it seems that way. Yeah. One other thing that's not quite working for me is this being gray. I'm not sure what to do. Like, it's a relatively straightforward thing to solve, isn't it? We just swap the blocks. But how do we resolve this corner? That would be the question. Okay, don't do that again. Let's... Yo, oh, we're in absolute grind mode, baby. We're going for it. We're going large. Trying to get as much time in as we can before Christmas. This should be a good time, right? It's like 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. Yeah, that's good. That's good. What was I about to do? One thing I also was thinking about last night is what if we cut the glass that we have? Do we have any in here? Of course not. I can't remember what it's called right now. Tinted glass. This. It's very clear. And it has, obviously, all the colors. And we could get some shades, some different varieties of blue, and cut them into the panels, forged microblock panels, and stick them in here and make like a mosaic of glass in this to make that the canopy. That might be kind of crazy. But it also might be too much. Might be kind of crazy. Might be. I forgot what I was about to do. What was I about to do? Oh yeah, this. Address this. Let's get some marble. Raw marble? Do we want to go with raw marble? We've used a lot of this. I don't think I want to use more of this. And this is not doing it for me either. What would we... What might we use instead? A big, huge connected texture. We haven't really gone for the edged or bordered blocks in this build. Maybe this? This is connected texture, and it's a little darker. Maybe. Maybe we want the connected texture a little? Or the lined, the unconnected texture? Like so? And then... Oh, these are slabs. forgot about all this. Did so much microblock work on this to get everything flush and in the right shape. Okay, that's a few of those we need from this. Ooh, I actually don't know. Is this going to connect the texture? That's a really good question. It's not. Ooh. Big yikes, actually. Because if we continue with this, all the other textures will be connected. Is that fine or not fine? It's kind of not fine. Isn't that unfortunate? Okay, there is an option though, I believe. Firstly, where are the other two? Didn't I? There they are. I think what we need to probably do is just use the flat marble. See if that works. I'm gonna vibe check this real quick too. And then it shouldn't matter. Yeah, that should work. A little bit tedious, but it's for the vibe. We must. The precision placement. Get in there. There. Okay, so wand. That's much better. This is still a question. How exactly do we bring this to a appropriate close? Oh, not like that. Like, this doesn't really make sense at this point. Something like that. That seems to work. We got to do a little bit of work around the outside of here too. It's probably something I should do sooner rather than later as well. Okay, that works. I feel a lot better about that. It was just really hard not to see it, and this makes me feel much better. Trash? Trash? Put those away. That. These. Did I throw a micro block in a random place? Oh, it doesn't look like it. Okay. All right, now let's build that. Let's build that tree, and that'll pretty much put a cork in this project. This is basically the last thing, I think, and then we can move on. This can be a little bit of an experiment too. It's like a kind of a small scale organic. Not kind of, definitely, like absolutely. I don't. Does that kind of work? I'm not sure I like the shape, but it's going to be tricky to get micro blocks placed in a way where they're like bending this way without some really rough 90-degree angles in it. So I think this might be okay once we get some branches in. We get enough wiggle in with our branches, we should be okay. Let's see it. Thrumbo plus dinosaur. What is that? From one of the Megafauna mods or something? Good lord. Look at the size of her. Oh, biome's prehistoric. Interesting. Are we gonna have enough options with this? Is that kind of the only branch I can actually build? Okay, it's kind of, I think it's kind of working. What's going on here? Is this in the, it's in the middle of the block? No. This isn't quite doing it. Better. Oh, that's too bad. We're wrong-sided on this. This is probably going to end up being useless in that, if that's the case. We should go ahead and correct that then. It's too bad. It's too big. I'm trying to get enough variety without conflicting too much, like so you can actually see all the branches. These are obviously in each other's way, but I think I'm gonna have to live with that. Very interesting challenge here. This is super interesting. I need to look at this. This is really challenging, but it's like, I don't know, a puzzle that you don't have the solution for. You can't see a reference image for. Self-tamed? What? My self-tames are always like boom rats, things that are annoying to even slaughter because they'll catch your base on fire. I've gotten, I can't remember which mod I'm playing with that adds like Brontosaurus. That's probably my favorite of the dinosaurs because it's a crazy good pack animal. But there's like some big oxes and stuff like that that are also really good. Those are my go-tos. Oh, the main animal got died. That's always such a bummer because you feel like you're so set up when you have the ability to, like, you send 2 people out on a caravan and they're safe because they can carry mad stuff. Oh, you got it trapped. Nice. I think this might be okay. I think if we can get enough of those leaves in here, we're going to be in good shape. All right, I could use some because I'm a little bit stuck here. Like, the other thing we could do, instead of doing it like this, where it's trying to bend towards it, is move the tree over and have it grow a little straighter up with less slope. But I basically want the canopy in that beam of light. So this is kind of gonna do it. Ooh. Look at the curves on these. One interesting thing about all of these, actually, is that it's mostly the trunk that curves and not the branches. Yeah, the thing that's making that hard for me, and maybe there's probably a way to work around this, is it's hard to place micro blocks for the trunk in a way where they're actually sloped without doing a right angle. Like, if I could come out of them like this, we could get some hard slope in there, but it's so hard to make that smooth looking. It would be like a hard 90-degree angle right there. Maybe we can deal with that. Let's... Okay, just in case we want to go back to that. We could go with a skinnier trunk. That would probably make it easier to give it some flex, but I'll try to, let's see if I can give an example of what I'm talking about. So now my options to get a bend are to do this or this. I guess we could also try doing, yeah, it's like right in the center. How do I resolve this problem? Like that? I just don't know if there's a way to get what I want out of this. Could I cut a half slab or a half? I wish I could cut a half a micro block. That'd be sick. Hey, what's up, Raisins? We're hard at work. We're hard at work. I hope you don't mind spoilers. We're in absolute spoiler zone here on stream, but this is what's coming. It's gonna be crazy. One day, little tiles will be used. Maybe we might break down eventually. We might. Can I? Oh, I can. Oh. You know? I call that a curved trunk. I do. I do call that a curved trunk, I'm pretty sure. That's a lot more graceful than I was expecting to be able to achieve as well. I don't love this. I almost broke it. I'm glad I didn't. Small scale localized decorations. Yeah, I think so. Now I wonder if we can get some growth on this thing. Arg. I can't go this way with it. That's a little unfortunate. We can correct that though. Cursed puzzle. Oh my god. Okay, here we go. Got it. Forward leaning branch. You can barely see it, but I know it's leaning forward, and that makes me feel good, okay? Get into a spot where you can place this. Thank you. Okay, let me pull these references back up real quick. It's like there's not a lot of branches. It's mostly foliage at the top. Nice. Bonsai sitting right in front of you. I've always liked the bonsai tree. My friend has this really cool little bonsai garden in his backyard too. It's like a plank wall that has shelves on it. And on the shelves are little pots with bonsais. Oof, I don't, maybe we can do that. How can we get underneath this properly? I can always put that back. It's not very graceful. The other way might have even been better with the full size notch. And foliage? I think this is actually working. Plus some foliage, and I think we're maybe in a good spot. The wall behind this is a little plain. I can't believe I didn't put any cobble in those locations. It's a lot of stone that you can see from this view. Let's get leaves. I like this. Leaf me. No. Someone please tell me why. It's supported. No. Can I affect the mod list of blocks that? Yeah, I'm about to try to figure. Honestly, I think that's worth it. Snag that link. Config can be edited. Okay, okay. We're going to do that. Microblocks.config. Open it and add minecraft.concrete. Okay, here we go. We're going to try it. Backing up the entire server, not taking any chances. If this doesn't work, we'll be right back where we were in momentarily. Which leaves are we? Is there an additional? Is it because we don't have colon O to 3 right here? What do we think? Is that worth a shot? Yeah, I mean, this seems like the most obvious thing to try first, right? I feel like it is. And if it doesn't work while we're in here, we can try to get more data about this leaf block and see if we can figure out its leaf categorization. If it's a leaf 1, 2, 3, or 4, or potentially other. There's some things we can try. We're not giving up hope. I really want to use that block. It wouldn't be the worst for the leaves to have to be blue, like, because that would be an even more direct homage to the source tree. But I would prefer them not be blue. I really like the idea of the uncorrupted source. Like, what would the source tree look like if it weren't corrupted? What a thought-provoking question. And where we landed, I think, is perfect. I really want to use this. Look at that beast. Man, those are great color combination too. Like burnt orange, kind of yellow, but not really yellow. I like that. All right. Right. I don't know if that's going to actually be it. The server, it's the loopback address. Missing colon? Oh, crap. Okay. Fine, don't kill it. What's up, Nicholas? Yeah, it's the loopback, 127.0.0.1. So it should only be accessible to me. But good shout when because I will eventually move this to a public server. So that's a good shout. Don't want any DDoSing or anything. Probably remote platform. I do have a spare computer, but it's not very good. And I don't really have room to have that set up, to be perfectly honest. We live in a very small house, and where I have my desk is in our living room, and my wife's desk is in our kitchen. So there's no office. So there's no space. Excuse me. Microblocks. Sure enough, did. Good eye. Good eye. Laser pinpoint precision eye right there. All right, I don't know if that was left off because those blocks don't exist, and the fact that the config is looking for them to exist and they actually don't is why we just had that problem, but we're going to find out. We sure enough are. True, because they'll have protection and stuff. I'm sure they have DDoS prevention and some other, like, at the very least, like DDoS detection. Some sort of networking, probably in their firewall or something. We used to get that request all the time, actually, to do DDoS detection. And the truth is, for most major companies, it's happening all the time. Like, you couldn't... There's no use in setting up a detection because it would never not be firing. Someone's attempting to DDoS them literally constantly. But for, like, a Minecraft posting, I'm sure it's more uncommon than that. Yeah, black holing is a very good technique. Absolutely. That's one of the most common things you're going to see. There's going to be built-in, like if you get dark trace or you have like a Fortinet firewall or something. This is super nerdy technical stuff. Sorry for anyone who's not into this type of thing. But they will have built-in black holing. Even like Palo Alto. If you get like a panorama suite where you can see all your different network control centers and things. Did that... Okay, what is it, F3B? What's the thing to get MBT data turned on? F3H? Yeah. Leaves 3. Okay. I feel like Leaves 3 was in the list. Biomes aplenty, Leaves 3. It was already included, I'm quite sure. Let's we can actually check that without leaving the game. Yeah, it leaves 3. 0 to 3. Some of these go to 5. Do we need to turn it to 5? Okay, it's spelled the same and everything. Crap. I wanted to close that, but that's alright. The word Barclay is meaningless. The number range is a meta tag. This is 11. The meta tag is 11. So do we need to go to 0 to 11? What's the meta tag of this? 2? 10? Do we have any other biomes with plenty leaves that we can check the meta tag on? 9? Can I cut these? No. Oh. Okay, okay. I think this is worth a shot right here that we just discovered. We'll go 0 to 10. Wait, let me quickly make sure. What's the... Was it 11 on the biomes? It was. Okay, 0 to 11. Oh. That sounds like it could be potentially useful. Yikes. That's concerning. Okay, let's back pocket this. This is useful to know. First, let's try to make sure I'm opening the correct config files here. I forgot which one of these I actually changed. Did I change it in the copy? I think so. No. Oh boy. I'm really taking risks here. Yikes. Okay, I'm a silly boy. I guess we're going to continue with this, though, because it didn't do anything to the world. And we do have it backed up. Yo, what's up, Eagle? We're attempting to add some blocks to microblock config so I can cut them, because there are some leaves I really want to use that Alex suggested, I think. It might have been Ethan. I think it was Ethan, actually. But they're a really nice-looking block, but I can't microblock them, and that's critical. It's absolutely critical, and we did figure out that the MBT tag, it's categorized as a leaf 3, and the MBT tag is 11. Not Alex. Okay, then it must have been Ethan. Sorry. Yes, last night was so insane with how many things we added to the scope of this project. It started to get out of control for me. Okay, save that. Folder, Minecraft, config. What am I doing? I'm going to multi-blocks, microblocks, 0 to 11. Please work. Please. I wouldn't say it's gotten too large. It just keeps getting crazier, and like the requirements keep getting more specific. So this, I really want this to work because we put a lot of effort into setting up the location where we're about to build this tree. And it's okay if we have to use different leaves, but I would like to exhaust all options before we make that decision. Even if this works, I'm going to go back and modify the original client and delete this one. I don't want clutter in my Prism window. This is a crazy build right here. It took me a long time to realize that this is a built thing and it's massive. Completely insane. What an idea. How unique is that? Yo, Ping, what's going on? We're just in the middle of a little debugging, trying to add some blocks to Forge micro blocks so I can cut some new things. Yeah, I think we might have cracked the code. We're about to find out right here. Let me on in. Okay, good. No problems. Did we crack the code? Moment of truth. We did. Glorious days. Oh, baby. Let's do this. We're treeing. So this is what we're doing, Penguin. We're adding a new lore build. I don't know exactly what we're going to call it yet, but it's dramatic, isn't it? And we have big plans, and this was supposed to be like the little intro build where we just kind of got our feet wet with the new style, like Roman, Greek, classical architecture. And it has turned into a huge project, which has been totally worth because, man, it's turning out pretty insane. Pretty insane. We've got this spot cut out right here. What time is it? Oh, it's almost time. Is night? Let me turn night vision off. It's almost time. You're going to see this. This is where we all see why we've been putting so much effort into this. Why did we have to figure out microblock config? We're about 2 Minecraft hours away from seeing it. But effectively, what we're going to see is the sun will be perfectly positioned right on the edge of this cliff so that a ton of rays get emitted. And the rays will come through this hole and shine right on this location. It is magnificent. And we like modified the shader config, and Sci-Fighter was so clutch last night with ideas and help with the config, but we got it perfect. It is perfect. Hold on a second. We'll see in just a second. Yes, 4 to 10 also got added. It was oh, good question. We can confirm that. These are 10. Yep. Yep. There it is. It's beginning. Oh my goodness. And it just continues to get more dramatic. And there is like a light block in the ground right there to make it even more dramatic. But oh, it's just like the pinnacle of lighting design. It makes me so happy. Oh, glorious. No creepers in here. None. 0. All right, let's make some micro blocks, baby. And we want like the tree we're sloping so it grows into the light. We're gonna build a, you can't really appreciate it right now. There's gonna be a little hot spring right here emitting some smoke so we can have like a warm climate in here. And we'll get vines and I got a bunch of stuff we can put in the water. And we'll get, there's this better foliage adds really cool stuff where if you get dirt at the right height in water, it will add like shoots. So nice. It's just like, we have all the options. This pack just makes me so happy. It just makes me so happy. All right, wait, actually, let's start with these. Can we... Not like that. That's not exactly what I'm going for. Like that? Yes. And then if we... Yep, working like an absolute charm. Maybe we start with this. No, we don't. We need further cuttings. And they're like thin. I don't know, there's less to the block, which I actually really like. Like the texture is a little more translucent. Well, this is going to take some dabbling. Don't expect me to craft a beautiful tree right off the rip, but we'll get there. This is the craziest thing I've ever done. Okay, yeah, that's not bad. They're a lot thicker. It takes out all of the purple color, which is actually really interesting because we were struggling hard to find a leaf that would complement this. We settled on maple, and it's not perfect, but it's pretty good. But that whole purple color is gone. There is no purple color. It's just pink and white. So that really makes me wonder if the ghostwood leaves would do well here. If we microblock those, which I'm sure we can, and if we can't, we now know how we can make that happen. Do I have any of them? No, let's get a few. Where's a safe spot to do this? Not here. This should be fine. I so wonder what these look like. If they get a translucent effect as well, that's going to be amazing. We're going to be absolutely in the money. And all the deliberating that I did trying to figure out leaves yesterday will be for naught. And I will nonetheless be delighted. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. It does get oh, my God. Microblocks are the actual best. Is there anything... I mean, man, I'm constantly debating what is actually the best thing in this game. My heart tells me it's the Vajra, because it's by far the greatest building tool ever. But then World Edit is spectacular. But then microblocks are so good. Oh, my God. They're even better than real blocks. I would craft everything out of microblocks. Like I did in here. Pretty much everything in here is a microblock. Oh my God. I don't know what to do with myself. I can't believe it. All of our problems, all of our dreams are coming true. It makes me even want to go get the other cherry leaf and try that. It really does. Okay, some crap can go now. Let's decrapify our inventory. It's much better. Okay, as we were. Tree. like that's a little bit of a plane shape, but I think I'm going to leave it just for the moment while we see what we need to do. Like there's more of an upward. Let's actually, you know what? What am I even saying? First of all, I'm making a mistake right now. Wait a minute. Let me consider what I want to do about all these different clients that we now have and versions of the server with different config. This is a straight up copy though, so all my key binds are all set. You know what? We proceed. I'll just rename all the old stuff and archive it. Fine. All of the inspiration images, let's get them and view them. We have, all right, actually, let me scroll. We had some preview. This was where I was really getting, I mean, this is like the money shot, isn't it? That's not really what we have. These are spindly leaves. Can we make that? Probably not, but maybe. Isn't it beautiful? What an image. We source our inspiration far and wide, or Sci-Fighter does. Can we, is that doable? Do we think this is doable? Ooh, this is nice. How did I manage to get this going as a view? I need to copy this. Did I already copy it? I might have this in Excalibur already. Okay, yeah, we do. We do. So, how might we do that? Almighty Todd? I mean, we don't praise Todd like we praise Dream Master. But we like Todd too, though. I mean, you know, the later iterations, not as fantastic, but I had a really good time with Fallout 4. Skyrim, obviously, fantastic. I've had some good times with Bethesda Creations, I can't even lie. Good times were had. What if we just flip this upside down? Would that be a thing? I would say it's pretty clear that what we need is lots of these. And we'll make as unique a shape as we can manage. Is that what to do? It's nice that these don't break easily. I can pick them off one by one with the Vaj. That delights me. And these can share space too. Look how godly these are. Isn't that godly? It is. You don't have to tell me. I know. Yep, no more of these. We want only tiny blocks. The smallest, the second smallest available. We want to continue probably our towards the sun ambitions, right? Oh, we're doing it. It's going to work. Microblocks are so insane. Oh my god. My head. I can't. I don't even know if I can handle this. I'm feeling like Bo Burnham. Can't handle this right now. You have got to be kidding me. What is going on? Sorry, I should have full screened this long ago. Dude. Dude. This is the craziest thing I've ever done. I have to say, this is insane. I can't believe how amazing these micro blocks are. It's like wisping away almost. It's so ethereal looking. It is perfect for this setting. Absolutely perfect. I want another branch up in the front there, but we'll get to that. I can't help but think so hard about this right now because I'm so amazed. I am zoning all the way in at the moment. Can I busy this up a little bit more? It's actually a shame that this is located where it is. It's not going to work for that reason. Can I nudge this? Is this nudgeable? I think so. This is a little funny looking. Better. Same thing right here. Okay, one more branch. I'm completely mind blown at how well this has turned out. Actually, okay. What time is it? It's 1:51. Night vision off. Like the trunk, I think needs a little bit. This particular block right here, I need to figure out something else to do. Oh. I don't even know what to say. For the briefest of moments. It's literally a 30-minute period. That will matter to the lore. You can bet your bottom dollar on that. Alright, is there anything we can do with this block. It is the one block. It looks like there probably is something we can do about it. Yes, there is. Declan, what's going on? The lore. Oh my goodness. I don't think I could be happier with what we have here. I don't think I could. Maybe if there was some way to get a light here. A very, 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 very subtle light so as not to distract. But I think, I don't know that there is. I think it would be overwhelming no matter which light source we choose. Let's be absolutely sure about that, though. That's so bright. I don't know, maybe it feels... The rest of the cave's still pretty dark. This thing here? Oh, baby. I kind of want to see some moonlight on it, too, but that's going to take a hot minute, so let's keep ourselves busy. Oh, glorious days. How good is a config change? You could just... Can't beat it. Okay, so, next on the agenda. Probably staircase. Probably start thinking staircase. Or we could start thinking sentinel statues. You can also get rid of this now. First draft. Trash, as it turns out. Was finally able to get GTNH to start, but not seeing Angelica settings for shaders. If you're on 2.7 of GTNH, when you go to Options, Video Settings, this is Angelica. So if you see this, you're in the money. And you should have shader packs right here. Are we seeing? They do not look like that. Are you on 2.7.0 of the pack? And did you add Optifine? If you did, you should remove it. $271. Oh, you're on that new hotness. No, it's a fresh install, and your settings don't look like this. What? Are you using Curse? Because I recommend not doing that. It's about the only thing I can think of. I haven't installed 2.7.1 myself, but as far as I'm aware, Angelica comes preloaded. I would do Multi-MC or Prism, and you can download the direct distributable copy of GTNH 2.7.1. Probably the same from the GTNH website for sure. And then the way that works. I can show you real quick. It's quite easy. Once you get Prism, add instance, import, browse, find the mod pack, open. It's that easy. And this is like a much more reliable way for everything to work for me. I think Curse has a few problems with like mod downloads and stuff. But Prism's great. Like organizing and managing all the mods. You can create mod packs yourself very easily in here. You can browse CurseForge and Modrinth and all the other stuff. It's very nice. But I would give that a try. Otherwise, I would check and make sure Angelica is actually in the mod list, because that's the only reason I can think that it wouldn't, your settings wouldn't look like that. And while you give that a crack, I'm gonna go grab a drink, be right back, and then we'll get started on the stairs. All right. You know what? Let's do that now, if you want. Before I get like too headstrong into another project. I think we're gonna call this one a done deal and start to think about something else. And I don't know what yet, so this is a perfect time if you want. Okay, so here's a continuation of the saga of the peanut butter balls. It turns out we had about 600 too many, if you can believe that. So the fridge is crammed full of them, and I'm home alone. So that's a very dangerous combination. I currently have a plate with only 3. That's very responsible, I feel. I feel it is. But I'm probably going to refill this plate about 37 times. I can't, they're so good. I don't even want to think about how many calories are in them. We'll think about that after the new year. Yeah, that should work too. I think Prism is just a port of multi-MC anyway. Very, very similar. You still here, Alex? We'll take a little bathroom break, maybe. Oh. Where's the moon? No, we missed it. No. I think you can if we go into the lobby in the Aesthetics Hub Discord, I think you should be able to share your screen in there. Yeah, if we go into the lobby in the
All right.
There you go. Mute the stream though. Here we go.
All right.
There you go. Mute the stream.
Yep, stream's muted.
Perfect. All right, let me see if we can. Are you sharing?
Well, I can't hear you. Give me just a sec.
Yeah, we're gonna take a little tour. I'm very curious how it all works. Very curious, because, you know, eventually we're gonna need something else to do. We will eventually finish this world, whether we get to Stargate or we crush our computer. All right, no worries. No worries. Let's consider our options. I'm gonna hop out of there for a sec. Yeah, we'll eventually need something else to play, and there is also a point where I don't know, like realistically, I think probably the devs will fix all of the like multi-spam problems and any sort of AFKing problems. They'll have answers for that by the time that matters for me, because it's gonna take us a very long time. Like, we're more than a year away from completing the pack in all likelihood. So by then, there may be no AFK phase of the game, but currently there is. So if we get to that point and I need to AFK a bunch or leave the server running, then we'll need something else to do then. We just keep plugging, baby. But I will say, just kind of word from my own personal experience with like big builds or building big in general. One massive megastructure is a lot to take on. So the way I usually do it is like I've done it here. Not necessarily all in this style, of course. This is unique to this world, but separating it into like functional builds that have 1, 2, or 3 purposes, maybe. That way you don't have to go like absolutely gigantic, and you can finish, get back into the game, and then get back into building later when you run out of room, or when you like have a new need or something like that. That's generally how I've tried to approach it. I think for that reason, because eventually it's like, oh my god, am I still not done? Yeah, let's try again. Are we gaming?
Okay, let's see if I can hear you now.
Can you hear me? Hello? I think my mic's working. I see my little guy lighting up like it's working. Yeah, that could work too. That would be a good approach.
I have you maxed out in Discord, so I'm not quite sure what's going on.
I don't have myself muted, do I? No, I don't think so. Am I restricting this in some way? No. It's not me, is it? No, I don't want to edit my profile, I don't think. Or add status. Or add role. Not about to dox myself, am I? Where's the voice and video? Hello? Can you hear me now? Hello, hello. It was on voice mod. Maybe,
Okay,
mic
can you hear
check,
me now?
mic check. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Aha, maybe that wasn't. Maybe it was me.
Alright, let's see if I can get it transferred to my headphones so I can actually hear you better. Can you hear me still?
Yep.
Alright. Now let's see if I can screen share from my... Give me like 5. Let me see if I can figure this out.
All right, no worries. Let me not blow out the speakers there. All right, so if we've got a couple of minutes here, I guess we could just plug away at the staircase while we wait, and then after the tour, we'll decide what we're actually going to do. And I want marble cobble for this, in all likelihood. We have some. We may outline it in something else, but I feel like path, cobble and path go hand in hand. We can mix in some smooth texture every now and again. No problem. Maybe even somehow anchor it into the pillars. We'll get there. We'll get there. Let me not overcomplicate it for the moment. I actually used architecture blocks for this too. I might actually want to continue that theme. A little bit less micro blocks. I think architecture blocks are a little less laggy. Start with these. Is that okay? It's actually not what we want at all. Hang tight in there. We may want you yet, but not right now. Like, this does necessitate, the fact that it's so skinny right here, it does necessitate some sort of entry structure. So I'm glad we didn't piddle too much with the surrounding landmass here yet, because we may need to extend this just a bit to support some sort of starter structure to get the staircase going and justify why it's so skinny right here. You got it? Okay, good. Didn't get too far in. Sweet. Are we gaming?
We are gaming. I can hear you.
Gaming. That's what I'm talking about.
All
right, and you got the streaming figured out too?
I did.
Pog.
All right. Are you able to see?
Let me watch stream. Yes. Oh, baby.
All right. So yeah, we're actually just gonna jump over here. So I started this pack, I want to say about a year ago now.
Oh my God, really?
Yeah. It started right in here. I had a little thatch hut, this material up here. And you can fall through this. So I just would walk through my building the entire time. Eventually, I started building it out and had a pretty decent area. Tried to start on a basement. That did not go so well.
Due to the supporting, like the need to support it?
Yep. I had some supports here. I had some supports here. Gravity is a little funky. If I break something, even if it is supported, there's still a chance it will fall.
Okay, but that's not true of the structures you build above ground? Like, you don't need to support this?
Yeah, for some reason.
Okay, well, I mean, that's kind of fair. It would be almost impossible to build otherwise, right?
Yeah. I know wood isn't really affected by gravity. I'll show you in a minute the one exception to that. But yeah. There's some barrel crafting, so liquids, and you put items in. You can get mortar, like just a butt ton. And then I had added a second floor with some storage. And
Look at that beast. Oh my god.
yes. Eventually I needed a spot to do some forging, so I went in here. Here's where my bloomery used to be. Forges. Anvil used to sit over here. Extra storage.
Okay, so talk through quickly so everyone can appreciate. How did you make these blocks?
So the smooth stuff here, I can make some real quick. We're just gonna pull that in here.
Because this is a multi-step process to get blocks, right? It's not just go get them. It's make them. Yeah.
So there's a couple different kinds. There's these bricks, and then there's the smooth stuff. The smooth stuff is a little easier.
Are you flying? Oh my god.
I do have an advanced jetpack.
Oh baby.
But with a hammer in your offhand and a chisel in your main hand, you click and you get smooth chert, and then you have to break it. That's the easier of the two. The bricks require that mortar that you just saw, as well as granite bricks, which come from these little rocks chiseled. And these little rocks, it drops about 1 or 2 from every one of these. So yeah, I just got 2.
Oh, so you based in a legendary spot to go with this material.
So actually, this is chert, not granite. There are many, many kinds of rocks. I was able to find a decent supply of granite to start out with this little stuff, but I will show you later on how I ended up circumventing it and getting a better source. So I then built a little wood shack that is now barren, but most wood, and I can show you this, takes a while to mine.
Right, you get logs, right?
Yep. And this is with like top tier metal. This is how fast it goes.
Okay, so you chop the whole row though? That's decent.
Yeah, anything connected. But
it's funny that they tumble like that.
Yeah. When you place down wood in the beginning of the game, you have to do it like this, in piles. And you can only fit 16 per. So this entire building at one point was filled with wood in those little piles. And it took so long to grow these trees because they take about 6 days to grow, in-game days. And I set up a huge farm for it, and it was great. You also, a large portion of this is farming. You have to have a way to get food. And so I started building out a farm. There's different temperatures, hydration, materials in the soil. It can get quite busy sometimes. This was a little house that I had for foods stuff, and then some extra berries, bushes over here, because there is your 5 main categories of food. And as you can see, I'm not doing great with it. I could be doing a lot better. That's in real life too, so.
But you're getting by though.
Yeah. The next building I built was this one over here.
Oh, look at this. I like this. This is great looking.
Yeah, and this one I thought, oh, I will be I'll get well through the game with this little workshop. No, not at all. I eventually had a little steam generation here and then a row of machines, and realized getting up to ZPM, which is the highest tier here. It'll load. There it is. Here's LV, MV, computers, HV, AE, EV, IV, LUV, ZPM, fusion reactors and stuff, and then ultimate voltage. And that's the end of the game. So I'm about halfway through now. And I realized there was not going to be enough room in here to do all that. So I expanded out and built this one, which was about the time I started watching you. And I started building things out. I have a little steam area with a whole bunch of different resource bins. And this is actually how all my ore processing is still done. Throwing it through the macerator, then through the smelter, get items.
Okay, and what's on the thing? These are like hopper equivalents that are attached to them? Funnels or okay, chutes. Gotcha.
Yeah, create chutes. And then needed some more space, so I started building some stuff out. And then I have the forge anvils, and that's where I moved everything from over there into here. So I could start mass producing some steel and getting things going. And here, this is automated, so when I pour out the ingots, they're still hot, they solidify, and then once they become solid, they flow into the chest.
Bro, wait, pause one moment here. I want to make an observation. How insane would it be? Like, okay, first, recall how people play like vanilla, where there's like a town, and you might have people with distinct roles. Like, think of how you could apply that to this, where you're the smithy. Like, you'd have a 9 to 5 hammering out ingots and making alloys and things. That's crazy.
Yeah, definitely.
And you have to, like, hammer the stuff on an anvil, right?
Yes. So you would take the ingots, you can heat them up here in the crucible, and you heat them, and then you can use the anvil for different things. There's a little mini game to try and get a perfectly forged item. Let me see if I can grab something. Blue steel, that'll work. But yeah, you'd put it in here, you'd select what you want. I just did a hoe recently. You look at that number, and you have to get up to that number, but then this also has to work, so you have to bend not last, hit not last, and punch last. They each have different number values to get around with it. It takes a lot.
So this is different than Terra Firma Craft, where you don't get this visual indicator of the number, right? Or is this how they do it in Terra Firma Craft now, too?
I actually have a resource pack for it.
Ah, that's smart. Because I recall this, when I saw this in people's videos, I was like, okay, this might not be for me, because this looks like it sucks.
It does. Until I found that resource pack, it sucked. But with the resource pack, it's not too bad now. All right. I can hear my MacBook just spinning up the fans trying to change things. Gosh.
Hey, they're underrated, in my opinion, for gaming. They do a better job than it seems like they would. They do pretty good.
Yeah. So that's the normal game. That's how it normally looks.
This would frustrate me to no end. The UI you had is so much... That's what they should adopt. This should be a configuration change for them.
Yes, I agree. But yeah, so you would sit there and hammer everything out. But blue steel is kind of hard. We're going to go to the primitive age. This is what you're greeted with when you open the quest book for the first time.
Oh my god. That's how they start you?
Yeah. So start here, and then you go through. We'll get to Calon Clay in a minute. That was a nightmare. But you would go through rocks and stones. Eventually, you make your way to some clay balls. You build some molds. And finally get to the Copper Age. Then to the Bronze Age. And that requires different materials. So bismuth, zinc, copper, or...
And this is all still before the Calon Clay?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. So that's like your exit criteria. That's the last thing you make in the beginning of the game?
Well, I don't know why they have the Calon Clay there. It probably should be closer over here. Just because you don't use it until you get to the blast furnace, really.
Man,
but
this is
you don't use the
web. Is there a
Yeah,
visibility, like when you start the game, you have visibility of all the quests and all these lines, or can you limit it to show you only what you can access next?
you see everything.
Wow.
And I know there's settings to switch it off, but I'm trying to play this as normal as I can. There's been a couple of things that I've done a little differently.
All right, 1 second. Let me make sure I'm not dying in game.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're good. Hold on. Let me get somewhere safe. At least relatively safe. Okay, sorry. Proceed.
So yeah, you make it past the Bronze Age. You make your anvils. Each anvil is 7 double ingots, which in the beginning of the game is quite a bit. It takes quite a while to get there. But eventually you make your way to wrought iron, which is iron put through a bloomery. And I have some bloomeries here. I will start one up for you. So usually you would use iron ore chunks. I've got actual ingots now, but you would drop it in. Normally, because needs coal. I think I have some coal downstairs. Give me just. Those textures are broken. I will have to add that other pack back.
Ah, scaffolding, my darling.
It is amazing. I found bamboo on one of my trips, and it has changed the game for me, for sure.
It's so useful aesthetically too, surprisingly. It has a lot of
Yeah.
uses for like odds and ends, just like weird stuff.
Yeah. So, you throw some charcoal in. Oh. Or maybe not. What is... I might have broken these at some point. But anyways, you would throw your charcoal and your iron in, and then you'd close the door, and you'd light it up. And then you'd wait, I think it's 15 minutes, and you would get however much iron you put in.
Mm-hmm.
And then we come up to the actual machines. And actually, while we take a second, I'm going to put that other pack back on. So there's been a lot of exploration that's also had to happen, and it's kind of nuts how far I've had to travel for some things. You were talking about the Cowan clay, and that was about a 30-hour adventure trying to find it.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah. Right. There it is. Okay. Come on. I don't know what is going on with the textures. But yeah. So this is my map. At the beginning of the game, you have like no easy way to maneuver. You just have to walk. And so
why are the biomes weird like that?
There are seasons in this. So you go through spring, summer, winter, or spring, summer, fall, and then winter. And so I haven't gone to those places again since winter.
I see,
So
I see.
Still got all the snow.
Very interesting.
So, yeah.
I forgot about the seasons. That's actually quite a cool element, and like weather would be cool too. And having to contend with that, I think, is very interesting.
Yeah. Eventually, I turned off weather just because it was causing a lot of explosions with miners.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, that would be a big time bummer. I'm prone to things like that too. I'll turn things off to avoid headaches. I'd rather not. Like, I turn off mob griefing because I refuse to have Enderman pick up my grass blocks. do not pick up my grass blocks, bros.
Yeah. But yeah, so I would start here and I'd walk all the way down around this lake, crossing rivers until I got down here to the very tip of the island, which later on found out it does connect, but didn't know that at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I would sail on a boat all the way across to here and go around trying to find kaolin. Eventually, I found some kaolin all the way down here. And I actually ended up mining out all of that and having to go over to here to more kaolin. And there's plenty here. I still have plenty I can mine. But I also don't use it that much anymore. So yeah, that's 3,000, 6,000. And I'm about at 0. So what is that? 3, 6.
Like 8,500 blocks.
Yeah. It was a lot. Just to get that. But then I went looking for papyrus, which is what you need to make paper, which are required to make resistors. And it took me a while. All the way down here on this little island, I finally found it. But I have not wanted to go back there.
And this is
at
like
all.
destinationless travel. For context, for anyone who's watched me wander around GTNH, usually I'm using a biome compass that's taking me directly where I'm going. Even if I'm going like 3,000 blocks or whatever, I'm flying in a straight line directly to the thing. This is aimless. I hope I find what I'm looking for. I'm just going to pick a direction and travel right here.
Yeah, I eventually was kind of fed up and did switch into creative about here just so that I could fly through it and try and find it. But honestly, I did not feel bad doing that because it was nearly impossible to find. But yeah, so there was a lot of exploration, and I still have to go out to, like, this is where my silver mine is, and that takes forever to fly to. But I have to fly all the way out there and back for any silver that I want.
Is the hang glider still the like shooting up really high with the jetpack and then putting the hang glider on? Is that still fastest?
Yep, that is as fast as I can make it right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, so eventually I got kaolin, was able to make the blast furnace and the crucible. That sped things up a lot. Then over here, I started with my LV machines. And these LV machines took a long time. Eventually I ended up with a full suite. And I still use these to the day. Actually surprising this one isn't running. I usually use this to process all my sticky resin into glue. And I will show
is that
you.
those granite bricks right there?
Yes.
Okay, so you've automated this at this point, or at least semi-automated, not hammering by hand or doing anything wild like that.
Yeah, so these were the first circuits that you'd make. And you'd actually have to make it using this recipe, using the recipe sequence from Create. That's a steel plate.
Oh Lord, have mercy. This would be my need to do hours of research point. The motion, or was it rotational energy? This is not my forte.
I've slowly over the years gotten used to Create, at least how it works. You can actually set all the deployers up in a row and then put a belt underneath it. So you put the things into the deployers, run the thing across the belt twice, and you're done. But it takes a while to get used to. This is red alloy cable, which meant I also had to go find redstone, which was another 10-hour adventure. And then your circuit boards require copper wires and resin circuit boards, which is either of these recipes. And sticky resin, for the longest time, came from a vat with latex and sulfur. And latex came from tapping kapok trees, which luckily I found kapok trees on the search for kaolin, so I wasn't too worried. But
there's a portion of the game where it's like you're packing for trips. You're taking a backpack full of food and maybe even potential materials to build a shelter if you have to. There's like, okay, it's the real deal. Like, survival is no joke. You know, exploration
Yeah.
is not without risk. There's no assurance you're going to make it back.
Yeah. And this is my main backpack that I've been using for a while. I actually had to, they don't have a recipe for the Inception upgrade. Oh. Okay, I just reloaded shaders. We're all good. But they do not have a recipe for the Inception upgrade. So this extra backpack in here actually isn't supposed to happen. I was not about to carry... I will show you what they expect you to be using. They want you to be using these little vessels.
Nah,
and
I've seen these. Nope. I'd be doing what you're doing 100%.
And it's just 4 slots.
No. It's a no for me, dog.
I was like, nope, we're getting that Inception upgrade and just taking a couple of backpacks. Because I can't carry this in my inventory without getting slowness.
Yeah, see? Little quirk. I mean, if they can be fixed, I'm fixing them.
Yeah. So yeah, that took a long, long time. But eventually I got out of that and was able to move towards centrifuging Capoc logs, and those have a 50% chance to drop resin, which sped the game up enormously.
And what?
But yeah,
how frequent? I mean, is that a common tree? Was it relatively easy one to find?
No, I just got lucky finding it on my way to Calvin.
Okay, good enough.
Yep. I was like, all right, I do not care. We're just going to move right past this. This was the recipe for resistors that I used for a while. Paper requires scraping unrefined paper, which comes from soaked papyrus, which comes from papyrus, which comes from cut papyrus. And loom, which...
See, I found the GTNH recipe for paper to be a little bit painful. I feel like that's one place where they have room to be a little bit forgiving, and they aren't. But this is worse.
There was also this recipe that I looked into for a long time, but it required part of your food, which was not easy at that stage of the game. Eggs, which means you had to find chickens and cultivate eggs. Treated hide, which was scraped hides and pumice. And pumice you had to find near volcanoes.
Mm-hmm.
And I was not going to do that.
Some of this I recognize from watching Il Mango. Because after he, for a very, very long time, he's like the pinnacle of vanilla Minecraft redstone engineering, especially like motion piston stuff. Really crazy. And then at some random point, he switched to Terra Firmacraft. And I watched, I don't know, 15 episodes of that maybe, and when he was going through the pumice and treated hide and jarring, I think you have to jar those hides and like soak them or something, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so that's how some of this I actually recognize from that, but this has obviously got excuse me, the tech element in it too, so it's far more progressed. But yeah, some of that stuff I actually recognize.
Yeah. And then you have your vacuum tubes. These are technically the ultra low voltage circuit. And originally you have to make it using this recipe, which requires steel bolts, copper wires. Those are no problem. Glass tubes are not fun. You have to put these glass batches, which is sand, potash, and lime. You put that on the end of a blowpipe, and then you heat it up in a charcoal pit, and then you, looking forward, you hold right-click to blow it, and then you look straight down, and you hold right-click twice to stretch it, and you get one vacuum tube. And you need two vacuum tubes, or 2 glass tubes per vacuum tube, and 2 vacuum tubes per circuit. So that was 4 glass batches per circuit. Hey, I would not be opposed to doing this as a multiplayer server with other people. If you need a extra person, if you do want to do this multiplayer, hit me up. But yeah, it takes a long time to get even one machine. Oh, the other fun part about LV machines is the machine hull. The LV machine hull requires black, blue, and red steel. And if you can see a little bit, those are the... Yes, that is the makeup of each item. So that's 1 copper, 4 silver, bismuth, zinc, 3 copper, 2 iron, nickel, gold, silver, 3 copper, 3 iron, 4 of that nickel to iron set. So I will go back into the quest book. You would get to wrought iron and be like, yes, I can finally, or technically you would get to steel and be like, yes, I can finally start getting into machines and everything. Nope, I've still got to get weak steel to black steel to weak red to high carbon red to double red to the anvil just to get a bucket. So you have to play all of that beginning of the game without a bucket. And you have to get all these different materials. So brass, rose gold, sterling silver, black bronze, which is nickel and black bronze. And bronze is copper, silver, and gold. So I actually had to end up creating a little spreadsheet calculator just to help me get through each of those alloys to understand what I needed for each of them. And that's just those plates. You also need 4 red and 4 blue for the casing. Needless to say, LV machines were a nightmare, and once you get to the electric blast furnace, you immediately run for aluminum. It's so much easier to get. And eventually, I know all these are broken textures, but these are all supposed to be aluminum machines. You can also see the screen is very unsaturated. That is because they decided that when you're low on hunger, all of your saturation on your screen goes away. And yes, that is rotten. I believe it is still in the game that becomes fresh again once it's melted. I'm gonna hope. Yep. Let's go. So, and I'm gonna need a second one to get color back. Dang it. So yeah, that eventually led down the line of getting all the MV machines. This is the setup for polyethylene, which is required for a lot of the late MV and early HV stuff. And so you run through, you get biomass, ethanol, sulfuric acid, along with ethanol becomes ethylene, ethylene and oxygen eventually becomes polyethylene.
And you don't need that until MV. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I can't remember when I needed polyethylene in GTNH.
And I think I'm one step away from polyvinyl chloride. I think it's just taking... I don't remember. Polyvinyl chloride's very close, though, so I'm not too far off, which is nice. Eventually, I ended up setting up these Super Chest 1s, which recently, if people have been looking in the Discord, those are the Super Chests 2. These are a lot easier. These are just LV circuits with steel. No problem at all. But I have 5,000 aluminum, almost 10,000 silicon now, just passively, because there are rock crushers that duplicate cobblestone. And then that you grind those up into the little dust, centrifuge the dust, centrifuge clay dust to eventually get these things. Which is how I eventually automated granite. So I have granite getting ground up, and then I take a stack, convert it into the loose rocks, and toss it in the assembler to get these. And then these, along with concrete, which was a whole nother thing, stone dust and clay dust and water.
Nice.
That
Hey, what's up, Valdemar?
produces it.
Yeah, we're getting a tour of TFG from Alex. Insane.
So yes, that is how I eventually made the granite bricks that helped finish off this building and began the construction of this.
Yo!
Which there's been a little bit of an update since I last posted on the Discord.
Look at the size of her. My goodness.
Yep. So yeah. This...
Oh, there it is. Look at it. Oh my god, it's glorious.
So you walk in. I really wanted a vaulted ceiling for this entryway. And then here is the beginnings of the periodic table of elements.
What an idea.
This is what's taken up most of my time this last week. I will show.
Will you actually use them all? Will you actually be able to get every element?
I think there's some that I can't, but it's close. And the ones I can't, I'll just put in other Minecraft specific things like alloys or different things that
you can
Minecraft
cheese it somehow. That's gonna be so cool. That's one of the coolest things I've seen in game in a while. That is a really neat thing to do.
So yeah, that's 1,400 aluminum without including the circuits. The circuits add a bit of an expansion of the tree.
What's this that you're using to create this tree?
So this is EMI. This is the 120 version for JEI. And they went all out, so you can create full-on trees and know exactly how much of everything you need.
That's cool.
Yeah. So that one's good. I need sulfuric acid up, which was...
All right, quick game check. 1 sec. Make sure I'm not dead. All right, we're good. Let me actually just disconnect so we'll be safe. Server will run. All right. We're back.
So yeah. Oh. So I'm just expanding this tree out so you can see what it all took.
Oh, and then it pins it all. That's nice too.
Yep. And so this was 900 plus redstone, a little bit of iron, a lot of copper, polyethylene sheets. I need to set that one. And I think, yeah. So that is the rest, or the list of everything I needed to collect.
This is a nice mod. I like this.
Yeah.
The total down there, it's summarized. Interesting that it calculates leftovers. Shouldn't leftovers be 0?
Not necessarily. When I process, where is it? Chlorine, for example. Chlorine it comes from rock salt, and it becomes that one bucket you see there. But then it also has that byproduct of potassium.
Oh, okay. So this isn't like AE where it's only going to like measure up the things it's going to use. It's.
Yep.
I see. So irrespective of how you have this set up, it's going to tell you everything that's going to be produced. Very cool.
Yep. So I'll have 354 excess potassium, 4 extra soldering alloy dust. That is because over here, it makes these in batches of 10. But I don't need all 10, so I'll have that little bit left over. Extra wood pulp from the... that was polyethylene, which is over here. Yep. Polyethylene comes from. Yep, ethylene, which comes from here. Yep, ethanol. So there's that excess wood. So it just takes going up the tree, finding where
a
everything
fabric
is.
pack?
I don't know. I just downloaded it from CurseForge and ran with it.
I don't know either. Sapphire was saying he's seen it only on Fabric, but it exists for Forge, he believes. I wonder if they'll backport some of this for GTNH. This is pretty cool. I like this a lot.
Yeah. So yeah, that is what was required to make all 118 super chests, which took a long time.
Okay, I wasn't sure what you were actually using here. It's good. So this is like Super Chest 2, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. And how's it going to display the item in there?
So I do have that on. Okay.
Oh, baby.
So I've started.
That's good.
I've put carbon in, and then I've also put lithium and sodium in.
Well, so how are you going to do gases?
So there are super tanks. I just have to make super tanks, and I'll use these extra chests where the tanks go, and I'll put them over here for like alloys or large bulk storage of items.
Yeah, and there's probably some invented nonsense that doesn't exist in real life that you'll have to place outside the...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because there's little to no chance that there's actually any element 118 here.
True.
Like...
But there's like 4 flavors of uranium, though. So yeah, you can probably find a place for it.
There's uranium and plutonium and thorium.
But also like uranium-238 and 236 and 232. And is that all in this pack too?
Oh, there is, yeah. 235. There it is. So, yeah. 238 decomposes to plutonium and 235. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Also, for anybody in chat wondering, I am in college. The long-term goal is actually nuclear engineering, so this is actually a really fun pack for me.
We got a bona fide genius on our hands, ladies and gentlemen.
But yes, I currently am in computer engineering, and
what year are you?
Third year, but I've still got 10 more years to go with the nuclear, so I don't really think in years anymore with it.
Sci-Fighters thought about nuclear engineering as well. Oh my god, are we... So GTNH and mod packs like this, they attract geniuses. And I feel so out of place among them. I'm not gonna lie.
But yeah, so I have continued to build a lot of windows. I spent probably 2 hours yesterday looking for a texture pack for the glass, so it isn't quite so obtrusive. But...
Well, let me turn my music down just a little bit.
Okay.
I'm going to try to remember where this is. Okay, sorry to interrupt you.
So yeah, I'm working on building out this second floor, and then I've started the stairs up to the third floor, but that has not been started yet. And I probably will actually try and move in to this building before starting on that third floor.
What a project, right? It's always so daunting to move. That's actually one of the... I mean, I wouldn't say it's one of the reasons. The real reason was because we ended up finding the end portal. That's why we stayed where we're at. But the convenience of staying in the same spot for most of the game cannot be understated. At least you're close by. You're like right near your other stuff, right?
Yeah. The bigger thing that I've actually ran into with this is I cannot grow most of my crops here. It is too cold. So if I wanted to grow like sugarcane, for example, I'd have to run probably 1,000 blocks south to be able to do that.
Got you. Got you.
Yeah.
Valdemar says going for machine engineering.
Okay.
And
yeah,
Sci-Fighter says he wants to see fusion energy take off. Me too, honestly. I do a lot of electrical work at the moment, and I used to be in cybersecurity. For anyone who didn't know, and then I got laid off and got a little bit disenfranchised with corporate America. So I've pivoted, and now I'm a handyman, essentially, you can call it that, but I do a lot of different stuff, but mostly electrical work. And I can tell you from experience, there is an enormous problem with transformer availability, which is how you get high voltage power transformed down into stuff people can use inside their homes. They're very hard to get right now, and the higher voltage transformer you need, the more rare it is. So if you're thinking about going into that, that would be good. And then the second thing is, with the rise of AI and all these computers and all the demand that those things have for power, the amount of power they need is going to be exponentially larger than the amount of power we have. So the only way we're getting that is nuclear power.
So yeah, my goal with nuclear is actually fusion as well.
There you go.
My parents were really great when I was a kid. They got me into physics and engineering very quickly. And I remember being 7, I think it was, when Iron Man 1 came out. And
the arc core?
Yeah. And so that arc reactor sparked something in me. And I've spent a lot of my teenage and adult life chasing how would I actually build that? How would I make that real?
What a motivation. What a motivation. That's cool as SHIT. I'll save myself the shame of using the word, but man, that's cool.
But yeah, so I actually have plans and like diagrams for it that I think will work, but I have to wait till I am certified and can actually purchase the raw materials and do all that before I even start.
Well, I've got a very small contribution I'm willing to invest when the time comes.
Okay. But yeah, so I was going to show, I have worked a ton on the back of this, and I am very happy with how that turned out.
Oh yeah. Oh, the three thick wall rule. I see it in effect.
Yep. And I was actually very happy when I started doing the 3 thick wall, because in here it actually allows between room just passing of those cables really easily.
Mm-hmm. All things become so much more convenient and possible aesthetically and practically with the 3 thick wall. It's a rule to live by, I swear.
And then this middle floor is where I'm mostly going to be making most of my cable runs. So this will just be an intermediate floor.
Smart. I like it.
And it was right, let's see if I can get over here. I was looking right like this when I got inspired for the Venator above the base that I will hopefully eventually get built. We'll see.
Venator, I need to look this up. What is that?
It is the Star Wars, it's the Grand Army of the Republic's main attack.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You showed a pic of this, I believe, right?
I don't know if I did.
Someone sent a massive spaceship in the Discord at some point. That wasn't you?
I don't think so. It might have been, but...
Well, I'm looking at it right now, and it looks crazy.
Yeah, the goal is... or the reason that sparked it in me is the Venator has this little strip in the hangar that looks out and has beams just like this, and it looks out upon the hangar area. And so it just kind of sparked that in me that I was like, ooh, that is something I could build pretty easily.
There you go.
But yeah, the next goal with this building is actually figuring out something to put here in this little section for the entryway. I am working on a story right now for one of the other games I play, Space Engineers, if you've heard of it.
I have, yeah.
I am planning on building out a little bit of a story using a faction called the Pegasus Armada. And I was thinking of maybe translating the logo that I've started with to here. But we'll see.
Okay. What do you have plans for how it's going to look above that? And if you do, would they inform the shape of the thing you use to fill that space?
goal is to put another one of those maintenance levels in right there.
Mm-hmm.
And it will slowly get a little bit smaller and a little bit smaller every level. The third floor will be about up there. And honestly, I am not sure how much higher I will be able to go. I do not know if the build limit is either 300 or 200 in this pack. So I might get four levels, maybe 3. We'll see. But then I also have a lot of space out this way to develop as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking more of like a flat land, just giant platform to build major, like, I don't know, high benzene production, high octane gasoline kind of stuff.
They will require large spaces. Sometimes best to do the thing first and then build around it once you know exactly what you have to contend with.
Yeah. But yeah, that's been this world. I've got different mines, or I'll show you one of the mines real quick, how it can be a little bit crazy.
And got the Aurora Borealis rolling in the sky as well.
Yep.
Valdemar, the screen is black and white because of the hunger mechanic in this pack. Sorry, I let that sit for so long. And welcome back, Ethan.
I wish I had more food. Unfortunately, I do not.
When you get too hungry, the screen, like, it's an indication that your personal food saturation is low, and they indicate that to you by reducing the screen saturation, which is clever, I think.
Yeah. So yeah, this is the copper mine. My first copper mine, at least. And it was a nightmare to try and mine it out. And you can see I've still left quite a bit. I've switched over to GregTech miners just because I don't want to have to deal with collapsing caves and everything.
No doubt about it. No doubt.
And then that is the messier one. I have another just right next door. This one's a little bit cleaner.
Sci-Fighter, current love is computers. I hear you on that. I know I've let that sit as well. Sorry, I'm immersed in what's going on here. I hear you on that. Me too. Me too. I'm trying hard to, like, fall in love with something new, but it's not easy. It's not easy. I've dedicated my life to computers, so I hear you completely. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Alex.
No, you're good. So this was the iron mine for the longest time. If I were to... I can afford this.
Oh, Lord, don't kill yourself?
See if I can do it. Cause a cave in. I think I did too good of a job building the supports for this. So there it is. Yeah.
And that can kill you, and there's no limit. Like, below a certain depth, a lot of blocks can fall. It's not like 1 or 2. It's...
Yep. Yeah. I'll just pull out some of these supports. I don't come down here anymore, so I don't need this place. Oh.
Ooh, that was close. I watched that whiz by your dome. Oh my god, this looks so sketch. I'm not gonna lie. This gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Let's see here. Yep. All right. So now, if I were to take that one out.
Oof.
Yeah.
Oh, look at the blood on the screen.
Yeah. It is honestly playing very nice today. I have had cave-ins that pretty much have filled up this entire room.
Sketch.
But yeah, that is Terra Firma, Greg. There is a lot more for me to go.
Well, Godspeed to you. My God, what a feat. What a feat. The automated granite has got to feel so good.
It does. It took so long for me to build that first shop. Not that one, the little one over there. And I was not going to do this without automated granite.
Oh, yeah. Insanity. Well, thank you for the tour. This is crazy.
Yeah.
I think my initial reaction stands. Like, I would have to think and be really ready to commit before I try to do something like this in single player, and it's mind-boggling that you got this far. But this seems to have some very interesting possibilities, in my view, for multiplayer in the future. It's definitely on the list.
It definitely does.
How many hours did this take, Valdemar asks?
I am on day 835, so that would be 279 hours.
Man, honestly, that's way less than I thought.
And I have spent a fair amount of time just AFK as well. Because, like, for the super chest, I had to wait for everything to process through the circuit assembler. I had to set everything up with the chemical reactors. Like, it took me quite a bit of AFK as well.
So you've been productive. I just sitting here thinking about how I'm about to roll over 1,100 hours in my GTNH world. Good lord.
Yeah.
You've been productive.
Well, most of the time when I AFK, I will set up, like when I was waiting for a lot of the circuits process, I tossed, I think it was 6 stacks of aluminum through, and it's just starting to finish up. So, like, I will have all my machines running before I start AFK.
Well, man. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Hold on, here we go. Round of applause. Wait, wrong one. Don't do that. And one more. You gotta be kidding me. What a legend. Well, thank you, dude.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for giving me this opportunity.
Yeah, man. Hope everyone enjoyed. See ya.
I will get back to the stream.
All right, see you there. Man, what an achievement. Goodness. Goodness. It really puts the 1,100 hours in this world into perspective. All the things we might have done. Let me see if I can dial this music back in. Someone let me know if it's too loud. It looks okay so far. All right. Let me quickly make sure I'm not experiencing anything strange with my audio. I thought I heard a little weird artifact there. I didn't get unmuted on my... No? Well, everything looks good. Okay. Man, what a... The mechanics of that pack are insane. Clearly a lot of effort has been put into... like, understanding what the real world implications would be of Minecraft's in-game mechanics. And trying to... I don't know, there's like a weird hybrid of reality and existing Minecraft behavior. It's very cool. Thoughtfully devised. We like that here. All right, gotta resharpen because I'm kind of forgetting what I'm doing here. Discord wasn't working, so Discord set the audio to your monitor, which doesn't have sound. Sometimes I get some weird behavior from Discord myself as it relates to audio. Used to play a fair bit of Project Zomboid with some of my buddies, and we would very often... Man, this isn't really gonna do it, is it? I have to do that. I'm gonna ruin my perfect shape, sadly. We are gonna have to cut into this. That was the whole point, but there are points where we won't have to also. And I'm trying to decide exactly how wide we want the path. Probably this wide. 4? 5 would make it more convenient because it'll give us more opportunity to carve out path in the future. Let's go with 5. 4. This is supposed to be the easy part, but something tells me it's not going to be as easy as I was hoping. Not going to lie. Because like none of this shape is not going to work in this area because of the curve. So what exactly do we have to do? These have to come down. Yikes, this is going to get a little bit messy. This could be tough. This could be very tough. That probably has to be like that. This is probably why actual stairs exist in the game. We're going to have to get some of this S-shape action going, I believe. I don't think we're going to be able to avoid that at all. Is this going to work? We're going to have to get pretty cute with whatever happens here to make this justifiable, but we'll worry about that. We'll worry about that in a bit. Ooh, this is going to keep getting worse if I don't do something. That's not happening. This is not happening. Yikes, this is trouble. Kink in the plan. This is going to be changed a lot, and I really can't afford to come down very much, or we're going to mess with our sight line there for the sun. We find ourselves on the precipice of challenge. It's incoming. We're going to be able to resolve this and continue straight, I do believe. But after that, I think we're in for problems. This should have been more gradual. It is circular. It's an oval, actually. It's not a circle. It's not a circle, but it was a planned shape. We used a building guide, which can create this like pattern that you can follow. And we made cylinders and then slowly brought the size of the cylinder in to create like a semi-organic shape, but it's very structured, and it was intended to go up 1/2 level, or to take exactly 2 blocks east to west to go up 1 block north to south, or up and down. I guess technically not north to south. And I don't think that rise is going to work. It maybe should have been 3 blocks to go up 1. Or maybe even 4. That would have resulted in more circles around the mountain and a much slower upward trajectory. So I really liked the rate of rise. So maybe we're gonna keep plugging away and try to find a way to make this work. A little bit of a sloped in staircase is okay. What's not really working for me is some of these heights. If the outermost piece is higher than the rest, I think that's fine. It's kind of not fine. How did we bork this so bad? Is this fixable? It has to be, right? It can't... This has somehow gotten wacky, and I feel like I'm making it way more complicated than it needs to be. How did I wonkify this? Where does it get correct? That would be a worthwhile question to ask. Is it about here that it gets acceptable? It's hurting my brain, I'm gonna be honest. Woohoo! Hey, oh, with the primer. Thank you, Alex. Legend. You have to have whole block jumps? You think so? You think we can't find a way? With all the micro blocks in the world at our disposal? And a willingness to compromise on the shape of this? In a this early manner? You might not be wrong. But I think if I'm willing to have a slightly upward running staircase where it's not level across at every step that we take up, we might be able to figure out a way around that little limitation. And some things like this where the shape is not exactly ideal, but unless you look at it close, you don't really notice. Closer to the inside, we might, yeah, I think that's a compromise we'd be willing to make as well. Just use, that's a good idea. Unfortunately, we can't make stairs out of these particular blocks, but we can make micro blocks that look like stairs. And the phrase, unafraid to abuse micro blocks, could be applied to me in all fairness. See, that's a spot where you're conceivably correct. That's the outer boundary of the staircase. Okay. I'm going to be able to resolve this at some point, right? This could get weird. It could already be getting weird. It could already be weird. It might be already weird. I think it is already weird. Is there ever going to be a point where I can reconcile the difference between the levels of these two? Woohoo! Oh, Rotolo with the double primer, the re-prime. Thank you kindly. Welcome on in. Didn't know you were in here. Happy to see you. It has to go inwards? I don't know if I quite understand. I might be too simple-brained. This feels like a lot of meh. There's always going to be a little bit flat at points because of the way it looks here. Oh, these are good. Oh, why is this so small? Okay, there it goes. Good. Can we get this going? Can we get that going? That would be maybe excellent if we could. Well, I know you mean the other direction, but I'm not sure how to fix that. I'm not sure, like, practically, how do I get it going the other direction? You know what I mean?
Got a little Swedish there.
Here's a place where there's a full block rise, but you can't really tell because it's on an angle. That's what I would like to achieve. Can we sneak the full block rises in somewhere like that? So they're a little harder to see. I would love it if we could get this straight. I don't think we ever can, unfortunately. I think Valdemar will prove correct. There must be a rise somewhere. Just got ready to head to get. Oh no, they're closed until New Year.
Damn.
The simple straight ones first. That's a good idea. This is where we want to end up. We want to be, hopefully, I don't know if we want to go exactly straight here. We might want something more like that, just for the sake of having a little shape to it. How can we get to that? How can I hide a full block rise? At what point will I be able to hide that? At any point? Will it ever happen? Are we gaming? I think we hit that. I completely forgot about that pattern that I was supposed to be trying to follow. Unfortunately, we're not going in a perfect circle. That looks like a perfect circle, so it might not work, but we could still try to work out the shape in such a way. Like, wouldn't that be nice if we could just not have that? Can we microblock this? A solution out of this? This isn't any different than it would otherwise be. Does that mean this is fine? What problem do I have with this? None? No problem? Wong! Daytime. Alright, now we are going to carve in. That's good. We'll start with just the absolute stuff that we need to cut out to fit the stairs in, and then we'll think about what the alcoves and stuff might look like. Yeah, we're probably going to run into this problem again, Valdemar, so we'll see if we can engineer something more clever. A little bit of a rickety shape to the stairs will be just fine. More slabs. This is going to end up being a lot. I've said this already, but it's so much more difficult than I was thinking it was going to be. I thought it was going to be a breeze. A walk in the actual park. I think you're probably right about that. I think that's probably what we're going to try to figure out how to do. Exactly that. Oh no, that's not what I want. These are all glows? Why do... I just made all those into glows. Are you serious? That was such a waste of marble. No. Absolutely terrible. What? That was a huge L. I've been like literally putting panels down to make blocks to save on marble, and I just wasted all that. This is what I want. Regular slabs. No. Feels bad. That's all right. Song was feeling bad as well. Both problems have now been solved. Okay, now is when we start getting goofy again. Now, so what you're saying is, if I use a whole block, I can solve some headache. Yes, this is what we want. Room for the waterfall, precisely. So, somewhere in here, we're going to have to hide these full blocks. Somewhere in here, because we definitely can't have these. Right. So what I'm kind of hoping is that we can avoid that because this is not a circle. It's a big, humongous oval, and there's no point where it's actually a circle. So we have extra long areas where we can fit this stuff in, just like we did down here, where we do go up a whole block, like right here, just like you were saying. You just can't really tell. And like if we did it over here, you'd be able to see the whole block. So I kind of want to try to fit them in if I can. Even if that means getting a little bit of a wonky shape out of the angled areas of the stairs. Because we're going to put a whole encasement around this staircase anyway. It can't just float and like be hanging out over the edge, you know? But again, you may end up being proven correct. I may be rear-ending it right now, as they say. Do they say that? I think they do. Like right here, we would need to go up a full block, but maybe there's a way we can hide said need. And this is what you were saying, it would need to go the other way and not this way I had it rising. I'm assuming that's what you meant. Have it rise this way. No? What I think we're going to be able to do, though, is hide this full block somewhere. It's just still not what I want to do. I'm determined. There must be a way. Like right there on the inside, that's what you meant? You can hide the full block right there? Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. But if you sneak it in right there, is it all the same? I guess that's a full block rise on the inside, just as you suggested. Precisely as you mentioned. We'll hide that with the casing. Now here, we might not be able to hide it anywhere. That's the ideal place. You're exactly right. Yep. You're exactly right. Right here. In that location. Does it have to be right there, though? Could just be right there. No. Will this ever end up working? I don't think it will. Nope, oval math does not work officially. It is known. And I can't take this away without it being made worse, so I kind of need a whole block right here. Isn't that unfortunate? Is it not noticeable enough? I didn't keep any microblocks? Seems weird. Stair. Alright, we're following your recommendation from now on. Ignore me. I don't think I'm improving this. No, I think that's fine. Okay. Microblock goated. Oh no, we can't do it here? No. Oh, yes, we can. Never mind. That's what we should have been doing the whole time right there. We can put stairs in illegal locations. Should have listened to you from the start. My mistake. Okay, before we proceed, I need to do some quick dog care. I encourage everyone to take a stretch break. Yeah, sorry, I literally muted myself mid-sentence. Let me go get my dog some dinner and let him go outside. He's looking at me. He's been very patient. He's been a very good boy. So let me go take care of him. I'll be right back. Let's go to sleep to the stream. Well, I appreciate you chiming in before you did. My headache might have been saved entirely. No, it's I welcome that, honestly. That's been critical to our success in this mod pack. Absolutely critical. Yes, I did refill my peanut butter ball plate. Delightful. No, there's no way I could. Absolutely not. Are we getting over enough? Heavenly. Illegal stare. Incredible. Get on there. What are you doing? Don't play with my emotions. So good. Mortal Souls. Bros in Survival Creative. That's a funny way of putting it. Kind of true. Jetpack automated resources. It's effectively creative. You're not wrong. No, best of both worlds. That's why we play modded, though. I will be playing a pure creative project pretty soon. Matter of fact, we are not far from that. I just gotta feel, well, at some point I'm gonna feel like I need a break from GTNH. It just hadn't happened yet. And God only knows when it will happen. Could be never. Alright, we're right on it. We're right on it. Pretty close, actually. Matter of factually. Can we get even cuter? Impossible stairs? Do we dig that? I do. Yeah. We don't need that right now. Slabs. Slabs. These? Uh-huh. One more. Not there. Bam. Haha. Oh my god. You think, yeah. Well, I guess you might not have been here last night while we were doing this. This entire thing is built of micro blocks effectively. There's like, it's like, well, that's not true. It's probably like 30% micro blocks in total. So many. Look at this tree. Entirely micro blocks. This, micro blocks. This, all micro blocks. The entire facade, micro blocks. Yeah. This right here, entirely composed of micro blocks. The thing is, you only have to do it once, you know? Only once. Once it's done, it's in, and it looks spectacular forever. So we do like that, and then bam, that's in there. It's in like Flynn there. We could even get even cuter and do half of a stair. You know what I mean? There's no limits. And that's just, it just, God, it does it for me. Like that? Illegal. You could never get that, but it works. I love it. And we've leveled this out. We've managed to do it. Spectacular. And we've exactly precisely located our waterfall. We do need to frame this somehow, but that's a problem to solve momentarily, not at this very moment. This is a moment for easy block placement. We'll enjoy this while we can. You know, problematically, we have not had to carve out of the mountain very much. That is going to affect our plan. That's kind of weird there. Too large. Unnecessarily large. Better. Yeah, we're not. It's so far been completely unnecessary, except for in very, very small places. Looks like we're going to be doing some more carving, only for a very small area again, though. Yes. Oh, I love that idea. Absolutely. Huge fan. It can be time consuming, but if you are willing to microblock them and make like 2 or 3 varieties and then world edit copy paste them everywhere, you can get a crazy looking custom forest in no time. You don't even need to microblock them. You can just build whole block custom trees. And those still turn out sick. Alright, this seemed to work out last time. We just found a row to say this is where we're going straight. And then we forced it in. Little experience building in modded. I mean, if honestly, all the basics come from vanilla, in my opinion. That's the best place to be building. Modded can make some things a little bit too oversimplified that it will only work in the one mod pack that you're playing. Like in this mod pack, for example. Microblocks are solving all my problems. Not how it would go in every pack, including the pack I'm creating to play creative in. As a matter of fact.
I was afraid to love, wearing a heart that was paper thin. Thought it'd break with each unhappy ending, so I never.
Is this actually going to be the solution? Is going to be to have a lair where it's all stairs? Just snuck in there randomly? I think that actually is going to be. Yeah. Well, we're not really actually, no, we're not actually turning. That's not good. There we go. Now we're turning. Okay, we've missed the mark on this. We must fix. Might require a few stairs to fix. Okie doke. Yeah, unless we make this way skin, we could make it skinnier, but unless we make it wider so it cuts in more, at least in some places, I don't think we're going to be able to do the alcove thing. I think what we're going to end up with is just a staircase that spirals up, which is fine. That just means we got to find another place to display our heroes. Don't need microblocks everywhere. Along with the straight parts, also do the diagonals, otherwise it's really easy to run into what you're dealing with where you didn't turn enough. True. It has some weird looking spots, but overall it's not something we're going to be looking extremely close at very often, so I think that's totally fine. And we're starting to get there. We're starting to. Good Lord. All right, diagonal part right here. All right, Sci-Fighter. Thanks for chilling. Hopefully, I will do your ideas justice in time. A little more time is probably required. But in time. In due time. Left, left, up, left. Like that. But we want a 5 across section. That's our problem. We could make it 4. narrow it. It is looking a little fat in these areas here. And it skinnies up in the diagonals too, which is a little bit weird. We're gonna build the whole thing and then we may take everything out to make it 4. Easier to do that than to have to come back and put them all in later. So I think we'll try. Something like that? Okay, so far so good, I think. What? How is this working so much more conveniently than all the other sections have? Is it just a better shape? Tighter circle? Yeah, that just worked out perfectly. I'll take it. Moving on. Regular slabs, right? Yes. Good. Yeah, we're really... I might have to get creative to figure out a way to necessitate carving into the mountain, because I was actually kind of had all my eggs in that basket with respect to where to put the heroes. Not a lie at all to say that. We're going to have to cut it in a little bit right here, but it's so weak and like almost it's just shaving off the layers that are on the very outermost edge. Like we've almost taken that whole layer off, so it's barely an overhang. And it's gonna have to be even more removed. There's no avoiding it. What will that mean? Inquiring minds want to know. Very, very minimal shavings. Struggle to start playing again around 200 hours. And don't worry about the backseating, really. I'm not offended by it at all. Not even a tiny bit. I really struggle to start playing again. 200 hours last playthrough before it corrupted, and this time I want to record it. But most of the time I play, I want to play. You wanted to record it, but you want to play but not record. I personally find, I guess, I mean, this is, I don't intend this to be a hot take or anything. And this is not a critique of any other people that make and record GregTech content, but there are a lot of the traditional Let's Plays where it's like, there's a lot of explanation and there's like a focus on the quest book and stuff, which is needed because it's like GTNH is really hard to understand. Without that content, it would be very hard for new players to get into it, in my opinion. So it's critical that we have that content. But I think there's enough of it. So my take on that for myself was, why don't I try to do something else? What's up, Fabu? It's going. It's going. We got a tour of a TFG base from Alex, which was pretty freaking insane. I'm not going to lie. The amount of effort and the result, frankly, truly crazy. So that was cool. And now we're trying to figure out this staircase, which has proven to be a little bit more challenging than we thought it might be. We did also finish the little starter build, we can call it at this point. The entry build. The beginning build. Look at that tree. Oh, baby. And when the light shines just right, it spotlights right on the tree. Just want to archive? Maybe consider streaming. If you do, I would say stream to YouTube. Because the VODs would be saved forever. And you don't have to save them locally, which can save you a bunch of hard drive space. And if you ever want to download them or view them, you can. And you can always unlist them or stream privately where no one else can see it but you. And just have it on a YouTube channel. Could be kind of cool. Okay, this isn't going to work at all. Yeah, archive them on YouTube. Stream unlisted or stream private. Save that space. Okay. Bump, 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 bump. Dude, I had a good time with that, Alex. I really did. I enjoyed that a lot. I appreciate you doing that. Really, really cool. Yeah, Fabu, you do have a bit of that going on, don't you, buddy? Trying to get that feeling back. You know, it happens. It happens to the best of us. It really does. I know I give you a hard time about it sometimes, but it's only because I want to enjoy the game with you. Dude, you have world downloads of mine from like any point that you could want to just pick up and continue from. If you wanted to just skip all that. I'll send them to you again. I still have them all. Let me check and see what the furthest dated one I have back is. It's on an older version. It would take a little bit of work to upgrade it to 2.7. But I have some really old saves. Really, really old. From the 2.5 server. I have a backup from February the 6th. That's like the start of the world. I cannot even imagine what is even in that. And then it skips. I have backups from the 12th of July, which is probably like right after we built this set of stuff. Maybe we had built the high octane gasoline at that point. But I'll send you that, and then you skip everything. You can configure it the way you want and be off to the races. If you want more recent ones, there's more recent ones in the Discord as well. As well. How do I build at scale? So I talked about this a little bit earlier. Here, this is what I would recommend personally. I did a little bit, yeah. I didn't actually upload one after episode 11. I should probably do that. But I uploaded one. Let me see what the latest one in there is. From November the 2nd. So right after episode 10. Yeah, that's one way to do it. The other thing I would recommend is don't build an enormous mega structure. And if you do plan to build an enormous megastructure, do it like we just saw in Alex's tour, where he's doing it gradually. Like as he needs it, the structure will progressively grow. Because if you try to just start with something truly enormous, you might get tired of doing it before you can actually use it. But the other way I try to do it is to break it up and build big buildings, but not massive buildings. Not like enormous megastructures. Sorry, I got a scratch and itch. Oh, it feels good. But my main tactic, to be perfectly honest, is just to make sure I'm building way bigger than I need. I have some idea of how much has to go in a building and what I want to put in there. And then I build it many times larger than the requirements would require. And kind of hope it works out, like fingers crossed type of situation usually. Can't even lie. Bam, we cheated that so hard and it turned out perfect. I wish we would have gotten this right all the way through the build. But what can you do? I prefer personally to build in advance. It is really helpful if you put stuff down and then figure out how you're gonna build around it. I prefer personally to build in advance though. And then fill the buildings, because it helps me like make sure the build is what's more important to me than the tech. I don't really care if the tech doesn't work out. If it doesn't fit where I put it, I'll just build something else. So like my main priority is making sure the build looks how I want it to look, and then I'll like if the tech doesn't fit, I'll just move it or split it up or do whatever I have to. Once you have AE, like stuff doesn't have to be in the same building. I could split Platline up into 18 different locations if I wanted to, and then still do it as level maintained Flatline. All you need is network cable, and all your dreams can become a reality. So anyway, that's kind of my take on it. I build what I want and hope it works out for the scale, and if it doesn't, I just build more. That's but that's also because, like, the thing I'm looking to do is build. I was talking about this earlier, like, all the progression and stuff I really like, and I think I appreciate as much as anybody how much thought has gone into the progression of this mod pack. But all that exists so I have a reason to build stuff. That's my favorite part of the game, man. And boy, are there a lot of reasons to build stuff in GTNH. My goodness. All right, this is going to get not acceptable up here. It's going to get really weird in this area here, especially. Because it goes from being a very gradual turn to being a very tight turn all of a sudden. So we're going to need to consider how we might approach this. Valimar, I'm counting on you here. Only half joking. It is. I think, in my opinion, the reason for that is because of the size of your character. And this is a really, really good thing to keep in mind when you're thinking about scale, is how big is your player? How big is your player? 2 blocks tall. So when you, like, it's so hard to get your head wrapped around bigger scale because your brain is telling you the door only needs to accommodate a 2 block tall player. In my opinion, that is what makes it so hard. And what you have to, I think what you have to take yourself out of sometimes is that there even is a player. And there is no player. What you're building is a piece of art, something to behold, not something to interact with. Like, figure out the way your player is going to interact with it later. And the only thing that's important is how does it look? Another good piece of advice I can give you for scale is only pick one spot to judge your build from. Especially when you're trying to judge it for scale. Don't try to, like, fly around and look at it from 1,000 different angles. Pick it, like, if I were to stand on top of this tree and have this view, this is the view I'm going to come back to over and over and over again to make sure that everything is staying in the right scale. Because this is where I started my judgment. US, yo! Yeah, but you're right. Building that scale is hard, and I really think it's for that reason. It's like, it just, like, gets in your brain space that you're accommodating yourself in the game, and you just can't ignore that. And you have machines that you need to, it's like all sorts of things you need to accommodate, and they can't be ignored. We're working on it. It's going really well. It's like, this has been a lot of a longer effort than I thought it was going to be to just put these stairs in, and we're still not even close to done. But this has turned out absolutely great. I'm very happy with this tree. We actually learned how to modify the Forge Microblocks config so that we could cut these leaves. And it turned out great. I'm so happy with it. And when the sun is in the right position, a beam of light will shine upon it. Oh, just glorious. And at the very least, functionally, our staircase does appear to work. So that's a plus as well. True. That's actually a really good point too, and it's less relevant for this because it's so circular. So there's like no flat place that I'm going to be seeing it from. But that's a really good point. Like take a diagonal view of it, and like keep your pitch in mind as well. I personally try to center myself in the build for my viewing angle. Like this would be my angle that I'm trying to judge mostly from. And, well, for this build in particular, I was judging it from the front, which I wouldn't normally recommend. But off to the side, kind of centered in height. So that you can kind of help keep everything in perspective. Because there is a little bit of a perspective bubble that goes on as you get closer to the top and closer to the bottom of the screen. Kind of weird. But yeah, if you end up looking at it from all over the place, I end up really critical of it, and that's not helpful to like advance the build. So if I end up too critical of what I'm doing in the middle of a build, it's usually a sign that I need to just continue with what I'm doing and figure out how to make myself happy with it after the fact. Because if I stop and second guess, it just ends up worse. So in my opinion, that's actually the biggest challenge of modded, is colors. Like, there's so many colors to choose from. I totally agree with that. It's like almost overwhelming how many options you have. And that's, for that reason, I usually go... Yeah, for me it's Lave 0, but yeah. I usually go with... I pick one color that, like, 80 to 90% of the blocks are going to be. In this case, it's obviously white. And we're using shaders, and because of that, we're playing with light, and we're also using gray. So we have basically two colors, but 80 to 90% of the build is white, and what's left is gray. And that's how I play with like primary and accent color. Yes, we're playing in all modes right now. It's great. Someone just came in and commented that too. It's like, you're playing in survival and creative, pick one. But so anyway, so like the main structure itself will only have two colors maximum. And then detail work, I may introduce additional colors. In this case, our two colors are white and gray. And there's a couple of variations of gray that we get from the different angles that light plays on the structure. So that's cool. We get a little bit of a gray scale. But then once we get to the detail is where I would introduce other colors. But I don't want this stuff to be a primary block in the structure. If you think about like real life structures and how they introduce color, it's usually with art installations or statues, or like a park that has a lot of green space in it, or a roof that's been converted into a green space or something like that. You don't often see like a colorful building, the structure of the building. It's quite unusual. Except for in like residences. You see interesting color residences from time to time. But hopefully you see my point. Like it's a little bit of a odd thing to see like a downtown area building, a metropolitan area building that is brightly colored. They're usually gray and white and black, and sometimes brown, or like a sandstone, limestone, or what's like the brownstone. But there's not a lot of variation. It's really plain. So that's another thing I try to keep in mind too, is that like let the art, or the purely decorative pieces of the build have all the color. That's not a hard and fast rule, and I'm sure there will be people who disagree with that, and I would be totally willing to entertain disagreements. But I think it helps. I really do. And then there's like color, I don't know how this is like deep diving into super nerdy territory, but color wheel stuff is really helpful too. find which colors go together. If you're only going to pick 2, it makes it a lot easier to do that. But seeing stuff, what's in the color families, that's so helpful for me. My eye does not see that naturally very easily. And there's just so many colors. So many. We're so close to the pinnacle right here. I can taste it. We are at the mountaintop, literally and figuratively. Okay, we're out of slabs again. Darn it. We're burning through our marble. I don't think we're going to be able to build another building. You know what's amazing, though? I just looked at the clock. It's literally only 7:20. I might take a break, eat dinner, and come back at 8 once we finish this, thing. Like, actually stop the stream and restart it. That's actually going to help me. One thing that really got, it wasn't like a problem or anything, but it was a little bit of a thing to deal with, was last time I streamed for like 10 hours or 11 hours to finish episode 11, and chopping that footage up took so long because the render of the 11-hour stream was massive. So chopping it up into some smaller segments would be very useful for me. I think I will do that. It was like a 21 gigabyte file or something. And even just scrolling through it, it took a long time. So smaller files. Normally that's not a problem. It's like usually we're capped at about 6 hours or so. And most of the time it's a lot less than that, like 3.5 to 4 hours. So no big deal. But on these days, we're going crazy. 12 hours, 13 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours. I don't know why this is resolving so much more easily than any other location in this entire staircase has, but odd. Yes! Are you familiar with World Edit? Oh, we're still going. We're only just getting started, Ethan. I'm going to be honest with you. I just commented on how it's only 7:20, and as soon as we get done with the staircase, I'm going to take a break. We're going to end the stream. And what's going to happen from there is I'm going to go eat dinner, and then we're going to start our stream at 8 like we normally do and go our normal amount of time. Oh, so okay, so you're on the level. We've been playing around with Axiom on stream too. It is insane, isn't it? Oh my god. It is ludicrous. All right, looks like we're gonna have to do a rappy doodah here. Not a huge fan of that, but we're gonna have to do it. It is completely, like, it's almost game-breakingly good. I don't see how once I get into using these tools, how I will ever be able to play the game without using them. And that's a straight up fact. Like, now that I'm getting familiar with World Edit, how am I not going to use World Edit in a playthrough of any version of Minecraft? Because like nothing will be as good as it could have been if I would have just used World Edit. It's almost sad in a way. Look at us go. Yeah, our idea about making alcoves to hide the heroes in, not hide them, but place them in strategically, that's probably out. We have exactly two alcoves. And we have about 18 heroes or so. So that's out. Oh, that's okay. No worries, Ethan. Glad to see you're back, though. It's all right. We've been. This is a weird day and time. It's not our usual. I thought we might see some folks we don't normally see today, and maybe not see the folks we usually see. It's always a mystery on Saturday. All right, let me get cleaned. Let's not hold those up here. These go down here with all these other wasted glow blocks that I will never need. Lovely. We're tooled. We're kitted. Yo, Burning. What's going on, buddy? Check it out. Oh, I think our timing might actually be pretty good here. We're gonna get a Moonlight Sonata. Look at our lovely little custom tree. Oh, baby. What we want to see is moonlight rays shining in. Gave it to me. Moon rays, where are you? Oh, they're coming, baby. They're coming. Isn't it? Isn't that nice? We have our little viewing platform, and there's the rays. There they come. Oh, baby. Isn't that cool? Sci-Fighter, the legend, carried this project so far. We had to learn how to modify the Forge microblock config file to allow us to cut these leaves, but we did. It worked out great, and look at that. That's just... Where's the angle where we see it most perfectly? Okay, the moon's already gone, but in rain it's more pronounced, and during the day at exactly about 2:40 during the Minecraft day, it's glorious. It's like this big, thick, fat ray. It's shining right in on it. So good. Terra, very appropriate. An embodiment of the Earth Mother's love for the Earth right there. Yes. Okay, but I'm going to take a 30-minute break. We're going to end the stream. We're going to be back at 8 o'clock for our regularly scheduled programming. We're going extra double bonus time today. 8 to question mark. We shall resume momentarily. I'm going to get some dinner, play with my dog a little bit. We're going to have a good time. And then I'll be back. I'll see you soon. Everybody. We have some folks in here, so let's end for YouTube. Bye-bye, guys.